Shalom. I did have my alarm go off. I did snooze about 3 times. And then, like, hard and long on the window. Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh, I'm like, oh shoot, who's that? Then on the other side, pop, 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 pop. Flashlights going around. I pulled down the little window cover, and it was a police officer. She had her flashlight like this, and I said, can I get just a minute and get something on? And she's like, yeah. So yeah, I'm so-and-so with whatever this place is called. Police department. There's no overnight camping here. I'll tell you more about it here in just a second. Wow. Wow. That was crazy, y'all. I'm not sure what that was, but about an hour and a half worth of driving and the rest of I-84 West. No real places to stop and go to the bathroom, get a coffee, make my own coffee. Nothing. And every little spot that there was, it would say like view, scenic view, no restrooms. There'd be like 10, and there might even be more, 18-wheelers just jammed all up in there. Go any place they can find, because there's like nothing. It's wild. And I just came through Portland and all that. It was like a ghost town. I intentionally came through. It's 4 o'clock right now, 4 a.m. And I was coming through at, 3:30 intentionally. And a Baruk Yahuah that I did. But I'm going to go get a coffee and use the bathroom now, finally. And then I only have 10 minutes to my drop. So I'll be right back. Hallelujah. I just wanted to turn this on to capture some of this. Look at this place. It's like a ghost town, though. I mean, obviously it's 4:30, but very ritzy, high-end looking establishments here. And there's like none around, and it all looks. Look at these places. A lot of these places looks like they're empty. I don't know. Am I tripping? I've been surprised at how few folks I've seen out here. Thought it was going to be crazy, slammed, busy, and all that. Obviously, this isn't like downtown Portland or nothing like that. This is Hillsboro, and this is, I would say, probably a more upper class area, section of town. Got these tiny little, I don't know what you would call them, condos. They're all jammed together like apartments, but you have your own front door and curb. I don't know what this is. This is like where you have apartments upstairs and shops downstairs. And I'm sorry if you can't see anything. That's mostly why I haven't not been filming anything yet today, but I wanted to try to get this on, because now you can see there are cars parked all along here. So a lot of people live right here. So who knows, maybe in a few hours it'll all head off to work. I'm almost to the camping world. This load has been a real adventure. Being woken up by the police. I guess this watch, because it ain't dawn yet. The bison around breakfast time, and the overlook at lunch that time, and almost getting driven right into by some guy in a big Ford. dude on a recumbent bicycle out in the middle of the interstate. I-90 on his bicycle. That was crazy. There's been a lot of adventures, you know. It's obviously stuff that I wouldn't see or experience at all if I don't know if I want to go there. It's telling me just to pull right in there. One of the places, it says that there's a roundabout before the gate that it wants me to utilize, but the thing is, I don't know where that is. And I don't really know what this is. I gotta turn around. So, may this be the kind of place that I can turn well. I wasn't sure exactly where I should go, and I'm way early. And this is tricky. You know, I actually came very close. Baruk Yahuah, you guys. I didn't realize it when I stopped at that restaurant to get that coffee and used the bathroom, which was a very, the guy was very kind and it was very clean. And this coffee is delicious. So Shalum Shalum. I started walking in the store and I stopped and looked, and the very tail end of this trailer was like this far, like 6 inches away from a steel pole post. I had no idea that I had got, like, I could have ruined my entire trip right at the very end of it, you know. I shouldn't say that because I still have an opportunity to ruin things right now. So I need to try to find this roundabout that's outside of the gate that they described, and then from there I will park and wait for them to open, which is unfortunately for me in about 4.5 hours. But you know, it is what it is, right? I wanted to be early. I wanted to avoid any potential traffic issues, and so that's what I did, and that's why I'm here now. So I will be back with you guys shortly. We're wrapping up the ending of Goshen to Hillsboro. Day what? 5. Day 5. Baruk Yahuah. Shalom, family. So, while I'm sitting here waiting for this camping world in Hillsboro to open up, I thought I might share with you some of the results of my RV transport work. It's been a month because I left home at the very end of May, went to orientation class the very first week of June, got things outfitted on the truck, and then got a load. So technically I didn't work the entire month because I had to spend the beginning part traveling out to Indy, getting to class, you know, completing all my orientation, getting the truck outfitted. So technically my first pickup was on the 6th, and now I'm dropping off and it's the 1st. So I'll still say that it's a month. The month of June. So in total I had 6 trailers, and the average pay on those trailers was $1.66 per mile. The average miles per gallon that I got both bobtailing to pick up loads and dropping the actual loads off, just total for the entire month, 13.7. Like, for example, when I went out there initially and I had nothing, I was bobtailing, I got 19.5. I had one trailer here that I got 9.2 on. I did 2,273 miles and it weighed 7,740 pounds. So it wasn't even the heaviest one, but it had the most drag. And possibly there were also weather factors and wind conditions on that route. I didn't go that depth. The gross pay was $9,955.06. My fuel expenses, I did not include the expenses for my transmission service, gearbox, serpentine belt, rear differential. These are services, not repairs. Oil filter, fuel filter, and I got another oil filter or another oil change subsequently as well. So I've had 2 oil changes, but the first one, it was really just stuff that needed to be done on the truck anyways. I was going to get it done back home in Washington. I found out about Tansport Pro Tech, which is in Goshen, Indiana, which services Wave and Horizon drivers only, which I very, very highly recommend. My review of that shop is like 5 stars, like 9 out of 10. Just, they're great. They take me back there. They show me what's going on with the truck. I spent probably 20 minutes talking to a service mechanic there. Doc, he's awesome. So those things are not included on here. I may look at adding those things on there, but I wanted to say really quick too. So I was gonna get those repairs done in Monroe, Washington. I elected to try out the Tansport Pro Tech place, and I saved over $500. Great, phenomenal, just gotta say. Okay, so my expense is $3,873.79. So that the net income, not the gross, the net, right? $6,081.27. So my estimation would be that 20% of that should be put away into savings. That's not happening right now. I wish it was, but it's not. That would have been $1,216.25. And also, Wave will take 10% until you get $1,500 in your like an escrow, like in case there's an incident. They have a fund there that, like, if you de-lease and leave or whatever, you can get that back, whatever is not utilized. They're also taking $10 a month out of there for basically your license plate rental. So there it is, 6 loads, $6,081 after fuel. Just for complete transparency on that, I am sitting here at 7/8 of a tank, so it's not leaving me empty. I also have fuel in my auxiliary tank, probably around a half or a little under. So I'm gonna need to get more gas before I get my next load. Also, praise Rumamu to Yahuah, because I did get another assignment. I got another load already. I was thinking I was going to go home, do Shabbat, and wait for the feast, which would end up being probably like 10 days. But I'm not. I'm going to go home, do the Shabbat, refresh my log, because I need to do the 34-hour refresh anyways. And then I'm going to go to Hanson, Idaho, and be picking up a reload from there that's going to Vacaville, California. So I'm Baruk Yahuah. This particular one is 627 miles, and it's paying just over $1,000. So that will help out immensely. It's technically not going to be a part of the June totals. It's going to be the first load for July, and may Yahuwah barak it and bring several others. I may even look to see if I can get another reload either out of Oregon, Idaho, just to see if there's any pickups that are in the area. Otherwise, I'm going back to Indy and looking to do some longer ones. I still want to try to get I'd say probably 5 or 6 loads for July, even though I'm not looking to take as much short ones. As far as the numbers for June, also bear in mind that I did several short ones because they require that you do 5 loads of 37 foot or less in order before you can go anything bigger than that. 5 37 foot or less, and then you can get whatever, right? So now I can get whatever length. I can get fifth wheel or bumper pull, and starting now, the 1st of July, I can also self-dispatch. Baruk Yahuah. To self-dispatch on the outbound load-out boards that come from our own yards, you have to be within 250 miles of headquarters, I guess, Goshen, right? At least that's what I understand from the quote-unquote small print. You can technically already self-dispatch on reloads from the very beginning. But, so just to give an idea, I really should have here totals. Let me see if I can figure out how to do this while we're on the phone. That is not correct. Huh. G2. That's odd. Oh, I know what's going on. I can fix this. No. Well, sorry. I was trying to total up the miles, but that's also only going to just give us bobtail miles, and I don't really want you to. I don't really want to do that. So, for example, I did one from Goshen to Minnesota, which was kind of shorter, right? And then I did one from Sturgis to Birch Run, which is really short, and then I got Birch Run to Akron, Ohio. That was kind of cool because I dropped off at a Camping World and picked up from the exact same Camping World. So, because I forgot to say, you also have to do 3 unique states in order to unlock this self-dispatch feature that I just was talking about that I have. So that's why I was trying to do a bunch of little, Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio, like this. And then I got the fifth wheel that ran down to North Carolina, and that one paid $1,300. And then I got this one that I'm doing right now, which was Goshen, Indiana to Hillsboro, Oregon, which was paying $3,811. The other two big ones that I had were $3,437, and that one was it went from Sturgis, Michigan to Silverdale, Washington. So that was the first one that I got to go home on, and then this one I'm technically going home on as well. So there we have a summation, a summary of the numbers. Oops, I might actually be getting this now. Yeah, it gave me an error. That's the summary of the numbers for June. And I'm going to just continue to wait for these folks to get here, get this paperwork all done, and then I'm probably going to fire this back up and spend some time going back home, bobtailing back home, to conclude the Goshen to Hillsboro. Shalom. Hey, I'm back. So as I'm sitting here waiting, I was killing some time on the interwebs and I came across this reel. And I want to also recap a reminder of yesterday. As I was driving through Oregon along Columbia River, which is a foreign mighty one. There was dams like the John Day Dam and the Dales Dam. And I was commenting on it, how everything looked dead, forsaken, and desolate, and lifeless. And there was no birds, and there's probably hardly any fish, if any, because if there were fish, there'd be birds. And maybe the fish weren't there because there wasn't really like insects, or this is some of the stuff I was saying. I had no idea I was coming up on dams. I didn't even realize that river was the border between Oregon and Washington. I didn't know. I probably should have known, but I did not know. So it is what it is. I'm being honest. As I'm driving, commenting everything's dead, all of a sudden I see, oh, there's a dam, which is also constantly things are called John Day in Oregon, and I don't know who John Day is, but that's my last name, Day. So I probably should look into that. But it really doesn't matter, because that's all flesh. Anyways, my ancestors, Yashar'Al, right? Go past the dam, see the water coming out, start to notice some more actual like green trees. Okay, then I like saw a bird, like a bird. Started to know a little bit more, notice a little bit more vegetation, a little bit more life. Okay, there's like duck washing off in the water. But then it started to seem dead again, and there was another dam. And then after that one had released, I started to see a lot more life. Okay. Now, Maya Shah and I, hi baby, I love you so much. We're watching this YouTube channel. We're kind of falling out of, we're not really interested in it like we used to be, but it's called My Lunch Break on YouTube. And he was explaining how the powers that be in the earth that have been lying to us and deceiving us and everything else use the dams to cover up evidence of something, the true history, the true narrative, mass unalivings, whatever. And I was recalling that, and then what I observed, what I felt like Yahuwah just showed me, like in a way that I'm never going to forget, right? And I had been talking earlier, interestingly enough, if if you watch the video from yesterday, you'll see it's all, raw, unfiltered, unedited, boom. That they keep telling us that you turn on your faucet and you have running water, but it's actually not really true, because the running water is the living water. Like when the mountain touches up into the Shemayim and it pulls down the living waters and it runs down the mountain and is a source of life. And that underground, there's water that's flowing underground, and you can dig wells and you can access water, and they have wells of living water in Scripture. And that's the true living water that's running. Okay? Their running water, they take it and put it in tanks, and then they chlorinate it and fluoridate it and treat it with chemicals, and there is no life. They kill every form of bacteria and everything, and they just kill it. And then you put that on your body and you drink it and you do all these things with it. I was telling my Yahusha, and she's like, yeah, I agree with all that. And now let me play this for you guys. I don't agree with everything this woman says, because I don't believe, I believe that she replaces Yahuwah with the source, right? But she mentions spirit, and she mentions birth and rebirth, and the ancients knew this about water and different things. So just comparing and contrasting what they say about water in the flesh and what the truth about water is in the Ruach.
I think water is just H2O. H2O is the materialist version. It's the way that the system tries to reduce something living and conscious down to a chemical formula. H2O is the label for water's physical shell, but I don't think that's all water actually is. Water is a carrier of life force, a living matrix that holds memory, frequency, and consciousness. It's not just some dead, inert substance made by slamming hydrogen and oxygen atoms together. That's why, even with all of their technology, they cannot create living water in a lab. They can mix hydrogen and oxygen gases and make something wet, but it doesn't behave like natural water. It lacks the structure that real water has. Real water forms sacred crystalline patterns. It lacks memory. Real water holds information, and it responds to emotion and intention, and it lacks spirit. Real water feels alive. Lab water is dead. Water is like ether made visible, spirit slowing down just enough to become tangible in this realm. The ancients knew this. That's why.
Okay, hang on. I'm just thinking of this scripture verse real quick. There are three that so this is 1 John 5:7, and I might just read 1 John. I don't know. For there are three that bear record in Hashemayim: the Father, the Word, and the Ruach. And these three are one. See. I feel like it was testify was what I was actually going to search for, which is 1 John 5:8, the very next verse, right? Let me get that. Just bear with me. I don't know. I feel like this is Abba just gave. And there are three that bear witness in earth: the Ruach, the water, and the blood. and these three agree in one. Do not eat the blood or drink the blood. The life is in the blood. Those who drink of this well will thirst again, but those who drink of the water that I give will never thirst. Living waters. Be immersed in living waters in the name of Yahuah, Yahusha, by Ruach Ha'Qadash. Very interesting things, family. Looks like I lost the reel, but I think you got the idea. So, Halal Yahuah, one day, every dam will be destroyed. In the new earth, the renewed heaven, we have renewed bodies. We have Qadash Malaks ruling and reigning on the face of the earth under the Malak Sadak, the firstborn amongst several brothers. There won't be any dam. Because like I was telling my Shah, I feel like when they stop up the flow of the water, the rivers, it's kind of like stopping up the flow of your breath in your lungs. Because the earth is like breathing in and out. The windows of heaven, the winds, the way they move upon the earth, the waves, all this stuff. The earth is alive. That's why the earth groans, birthing pains, because of the fall, because of the crimes, because of Chata. And that's why there's these extreme heat and extreme cold and fiery mountain and all of it. So I think that when the dams are all removed, everything will be in place and function as it was intended and initially designed. No, the dams aren't the only problems. There's lots of problems. The enemy is very knowledgeable, but unwise, right? Wisdom has to do with submission and obedience to the will of Yahuwah. Knowledge is just knowing stuff. That doesn't bring life, support life. It's not light. It's ironic because they claim to be illuminated, but they're in the darkness and love the darkness and believe in every false way. Baruk Yahuah. All right, fam. Dang, bro, that took forever. I've had 6 Camping World drops. The longest one so far was, I don't know, probably like 30 minutes. And this one was more than double that. And it's like, what the heck? Anyway, I guess it seemed even longer because I got boom, 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 boom on the window at, dark 30 in Hood River, where they don't allow any overnighting within city limits. It's like, I don't know. Anyways, I got my documents scanned and uploaded. However, I have not received any confirmation. I mean, you get a confirmation in the app, I'm saying, like, to where there's a change in the load or that the payment went through or anything like that yet. But it probably is, like, even right now. I don't know. Made another quick stop before getting on the road, and I'm just trying to get back to my family now. You know, like I said, I did request dispatch on a load that's from Idaho to California, and I did get confirmation on it. I need to get back to my actual house and do my 34-hour refresh prior to going en route to pick that up, however. Alright, so obviously we're going to see a little bit of a difference with the whole Portland thing now, because when I came through here before, it was 3:30 in the, technically it's in the fourth watch, but you know, they call it doggy. Well, they don't even call it that. They call it the other word that we try not to utilize, right? MOURNING, which is what you do at a funeral. Trying to get into the flow of the traffic. I was going a little bit quicker than I would have wanted right there, but that's all right. That's what you got to do, because look how this, you know, I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure it's 55 right here. I don't have a trailer on now, so you know, that makes you feel a little bit more agile. Baruk Atah. I have a destination in here that is like a pilot. However, I'm not looking to stop there unless I actually get the payment processed, because I had left around $1,000 on the card for fuel, and I pretty much did all of it. The only reason that I would top off at this location, by the way, is not because I need fuel, but because it's literally the last one, and I mean, the price freaking sucks. $4.51 a gallon, I think, is my price. I don't know what the pump price is, probably close to $5. I don't know if there's, I mean, maybe California, but like Washington has like the highest prices that I've seen so far on the app. I think when I left to go to my orientation at the beginning of June, there was a station there, and I put it up on the video, that was $5.29 a gallon. So you know, it's kind of like, has it begun kind of a thing, you know what I mean? And I believe the answer to that is yes, of course. Yeah, they had put in the paperwork to access the roundabout on the street, because there's nowhere to turn around in there. There's nowhere to turn around in there. It's ramped up in there. And they sent a guy out to tell me that I needed to move to the other side of this. It's already a skinny road, but you know, I pulled along the right curb, and he wants me on the left curb, the inside curb, the tight curb, where what do I have to do? Go up on the curb to do it. I was like, okay, why? Because they have a dump station that they open during business hours, and the guy was telling me it's one of only two in the entire town, so they have all kinds of folks always coming to use their dump station. I kind of thought that would be for Camping World customers only, but whatever. And I think that they should put it in the paperwork, you know, to access roundabout on Southeast Alexander Street. Please pull as far to the left as possible, or something. I don't know how they would say it, but yeah, the boss is on my about, you know. Okay, well, no problem. I moved. It's wild, bro. It's wild. That last leg of the trip that I had to make from Hoop River to here, obviously extremely dark, but every single thing was closed, and even the scenic view said no restrooms. And then when I saw the parking lot, it's like massive trucks everywhere. I wouldn't have been able to pull through there anyway. I don't even know how they get out. It's just like a jam. It's bizarre. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. I was seeing quite a few things that I felt like I hadn't seen before, and I'm wondering how much longer is this whole beast system gonna continue? Because it's not normal. It's not returning to normal either. Oh, yummy. Okay, so it's taking me to something called 405 North, which I'm sure is insane. So far, this isn't so unwell, though, this traffic, I don't think. I can deal with this. But I think I'm kind of a little ways away from Portland still. Not that far, but this is almost like when you go to the ridge side or to the beach side, the beaches, you know, something like that. That's what it's like. Been like a really long night and a really long day. I get home, wash up, take a nap, see my family have some steak for dinner. I can't wait. I'm so excited. I guess I should have stayed in this lane. I didn't know they're going to drop the speed limit to 35, though. That's crazy. What the heck is that, bro? No idea. Yo no sé. I need to take my leg off, but it's not the time to do it here. I need to get to a point where I'm on the same road for, 100 miles or whatever. It's going to be I-5. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the main thing that I stay on. I don't know, this says 55 and then I may have to fire up the talking heads and see what they got going on. There was something on earlier before the guy came over and told me to move the trailer, and there was Trump was there with DeSantis in the Everglades, talking about the Everglades Alcatraz or whatever. They're calling for like all other states to have a similar model. So what do I see? What do I discern? What I see? They're increasing the amount of prison capacity, holding, whatever. They're going to say that it's for all the illegals. This was all by design. But it's really for any who don't buy into the beast system, right? For those who refuse to take the mark or whatever. If they're going to have a physical manifestation of what's already a spiritual manifestation. Already. tons of folks are already sealed, okay? They're going to do whatever they're told. Whatever they're told. They'll hurry to be the first to sign up, and they'll brag to each other. I saw it firsthand at my work. Couldn't believe it. They would drop the names. It would be like if I was like Nike, Adidas, right? Reebok. Me too. Like that. Way weird. Okay, so this is 405 North, which is right where I'm at. Baruk Yahuah. Look at this load. This is one of those track hose. Sorry, I'm referencing. I went back and watched a little bit of a video, I think like yesterday, and realized that you really can't see out my window. So I've been asking the question. I must have asked that question like 30 times. I don't even know. But yeah, no, you kind of can't. I think the camera tries to focus on me and the background just becomes a bright, like, you know, there's not even that much sun here. The sun's over here, but this is like really bright. So it's just, you can't see anything. So now I know I'll try to get myself trained up to stop mentioning things that are visible right out this window. But it's kind of like as if, you know, as if you were sitting there staring out the window and I'm like, hey, look. And you're like, oh, yeah, I see. It's funny. Like, something has come up. It is a personal thing. I don't want to really go into any kind of information or any kind of details, but it does remind me of something that the Father showed me quite a while ago now, and it has to do with how Yashar'Al deals with groomers, right? Because there was a group that defiled Dinah. So if you go to the YouTube channel and you search Dinah defiled, you can hear more about it. Okay? And it was dealt with in a very, very masculine way, but it was Qadashayam Yahuah approved. Okay? So don't let anybody convince you, Yashar'Al, that you're supposed to do the whole, like, there's another little video that I did before we even left Florida over 5 years ago. Tolerance is the Trojan horse, right? Because tolerance is like a PC term or idea that the beast uses so that you have to like accept and normalize all kinds of things that are abominations. Okay? That is completely unscriptural. That concept is from Sheol, right? And the irony is that while claiming to be tolerant, they're hypocrites because they won't even tolerate anybody who has an actual standard of morality. The only thing that they would tolerate is absolute tolerance, and the second that you don't tolerate anything, you're intolerant. So they themselves are intolerant because they don't tolerate people who have boundaries. See, that's the point. Boundaries are okay. You should have boundaries. They protect a woman. They protect a child. And even I have boundaries. Okay? Even I have to be, have to protect myself, right? Because if I don't, people will just do things that are inappropriate to me. They'll walk all over me. They'll take advantage of me, just like they will to a woman and to a child. So anybody who brings a doctrine of absolute tolerance is also anti-boundaries. See what I'm saying? So what they do, though, is they preach boundaries for this group, but not for that group. And what they want to do is protect a group that is in error and leave unprotected a group that needs protection. Simple. Okay? It's just like this thing with the police officer. I've been traveling across the country delivering these RVs, and I've been shocked, and I've been speaking about this often, how few actual traffic enforcement officer things that I see. And I used to enter traffic stops for hours, right? 1050, 1050, 1050, 1050, 1050, 1050, 1050, running everything, doing all that. Okay, even in a small town. And I started noticing way back in 2020 that there was just less of a police presence when it came to traffic. And a lot of people might say, great. Well, yeah, but it's by design to embolden and enable a spirit of chaos and lawlessness and disorder. But see, they don't hesitate to come try to jam a guy like me up. I'm out here honestly working hard trying to make a living to support my family, and they want to come rapping on my window. Of course they do. But then somebody can come and go 80 miles an hour in a 55 and cut off a trucker and do whatever, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. See? So they're there to come down on the people who actually do seek to obey laws, and then they run rampant the people who are lawless and just go and do as you please. That's by design. Okay, what am I looking for? I'm looking for I-5 North, which is all 3 lanes to the right, which right now I only have 2 lanes, so I'm not sure what they're talking about, but I'm definitely staying here. All right, so this is seeing a little bit more in the daylight, see a little bit more of the graffiti and whatever. I was expecting to actually see tents and different stuff, because I see that in Seattle underneath overpasses and stuff like that all the time. This isn't actually the downtown, so it's probably just a little bit premature. But I would have to say that the amount of homeless, unemployed, drug addicted, wicked Ruach Ha'Qadash influenced folks is probably through the roof, right? I'm trying to get over, but wow. Okay, so this looks like obviously a large bridge. Wow, look at that. You ever seen any of that? Maybe it's your first time seeing it, I don't know. I gotta get over because this one ends. See, I wouldn't want to be here with the trailer on, right? I'm on here right now, and I'm bobtailing, and I got a little bit more agility. But keep in mind, I'm in a 3500 heavy-duty full-ton truck that's a long bed too. This ain't no little Tesla, bro. It's all massive train yard right over here. I know, sorry, again, you can't see it. I'm just telling you. And ships. I wonder if I would be able to actually see a port, because there's always these reports of that there's no cargo ships in the ports and stuff like that. Well, I see see a lot of them are rusted out, graffiti all over them, just dilapidated, old. I think that there's a tremendous sickness in this country. They're all symptoms of a judgment. Okay, I'm going to slide over to here. And now let's see. Here we go, 104 miles. So we'll be here for a bit. And this part is 55. So now I actually feel like I can like breathe for a second, right? Get this back up to some kind of a normal range. Man, Tada Abba, Baruk Yahuah, hello, hello Yahuah, Rumamu, Yahusha. Dang, bro. That's just wild what it is. It's just wild, wild, wild. Alright, I got a couple messages here from my boy. Let me take a look. Hey, buddy, I am on my way home. I can't wait to see you. I love you so much. Mwah! Something is making a funny noise down here. Rattly. Driving me a little nuts. Maybe it's a sunshade. I don't know. Shouldn't be so easily irritated, but it is. When I don't know what it is, and I'm like, what's loose or rattling or what have you. But I think it's just contents, not anything actually wrong with the truck. So it is 10:41. This is most certainly not what I would consider to be like a dawning rush. This is I don't know, maybe the time that's not quite lunch, it's not first thing, maybe that's also a well time. But when I came through at 3 whatever, it was nothing, and it was awesome, and I was like, yes. But then I had to sit and wait for a long time too, so it's kind of like, desire to really see more, but I do have a little bit of a curiosity, right? That would be like, oh, you know, how unwell really is it? I won't be surprised, bro, if I jump off right here. It's MLK Jr. Boulevard, and I start driving down, you know, towards whatever would be considered city center for a while. I'll probably see some tremendous darkness spiritually, right? I don't even feel like I need to actually go and see it to know that it's there. Like I can feel it. There's a couple interesting characters walking down the freeway right there. It's like they put these massive boulders underneath the bridge so that people can't pitch their tent there. I don't know, but saying, what are these buildings? Shipping docks or little boat dock? this lane because I'm supposed to be here for 100 miles. And it's looking congested right here. Okay, so we're crossing over the Washington-Oregon state line. This is that Columbia River that was so lifeless back by the area with the dams. I don't know if they call it a gorge. I don't know. It's like a wasteland to me. I was commenting on that in the video last night. And was making mention about the living water and the running water and that whole thing as well earlier today. So technically I'm in Washington. And there's another reference to the city center. Exit 1B. Okay, looks like an emergency. Oh, okay, that's actually related to the roadway traffic type thing. You got some trash and some graffiti and stuff like that down here. That's really not anything new, is it? This is the town that my shot was reminding me that there's a Lazy Days. If I can hitch up the trailer and take it to this Lazy Days, they'll do a complete inspection of it because we purchased it from a Lazy Days. I don't know that that's going to happen because I feel like the Father's calling us very quickly out of this beast system. So we'll see. But for one, just moving the trailer at all is going to be kind of a large thing because it's already on very old tires. It's been parked for like 5 years. I would want the brakes, the bearings, and the tires replaced. That's what I would want because I would want it to be as safe as possible before I start going 70 miles an hour down some road, you know, towards, say, Wyoming or wherever Abba calls us. Okay, now we're going 60. Alright, I'm going to pause for a second because I want to hear what my bond has sent me, and I'll be right back. Alright, cool, back. So, 26 miles so far on the bobtail, and we're already at 16.4 miles per gallon. If the traffic flows, that number's going to shoot right on up to 19 and change. I noticed that the rock guard has the quick release pins, but they put them on the inside. I have no idea why they would do that. I don't know if it can be. I think they put the brackets on backwards. I'm so frustrated with the quality of the work that they do. But it's gonna be okay. Just like, and maybe, you know, crawl down on the ground, pop it loose. Maybe that's no big deal. But also, I was looking, and I'm not sure where I would even store it to transport with it off or travel with it off. Because, like, there's, say, like on the passenger side of the bed, there's room between the tank and the toolbox that it could go, but there's a wheel well that's high centered, so you know, say it's a very rigid thing, right? It's got metal plates, it keeps its shape. It's not like it's. I'll look at it when I get back home. I wasn't going to try to mess with it right now, that's for darn sure. Okay. I think I will do real quick is take a look and see if they processed my delivery paperwork. Nope. They have not. It could take a little while, so I'm not going to try to get too freaked out about it, but if it could get processed within the next hour, because I do need to use a card in 93 miles. Hey, hallelujah. Even though it took them a long time to check the trailer in, it was, no driver damage. I actually was like, dang, what's taking them so long? Did they think they found something, that I did something wrong or whatever, You hear a lot of war stories. You hear a lot of people saying that, oh, they want to fault me for this and charge me for that. Things that shouldn't be attributed to the driver at all. So I'm already like, oh. Because it kind of seems like there's a pattern of that. Since we're going to be on the same road for 90 miles, I'm going to actually try to bring up that news thing and see if there's anything going on.
Process. So I don't expect the return of the coup d'etat. That's the first point. Second, the younger generation, those who voted for the People's Party, will not stay put. They would come out to oppose any more military intervention. After 20 years, I think that Thai society has become more sophisticated in terms of political participation. With the help of the modern telecommunication technology, it is not going to be an easy.
I mean, one of the things that I should probably reference now is I've been seeing a tremendous amount of spraying today, and I just look up and I see it, and I see the stages, right? You can see even right now, if you look right there, you're seeing stuff. And some is fresh, so the streak is tight, and some is a little older, so it's very wispy, spread out like a fallout thing. Fallout. Like that video game that they made into a movie and everything. Remember the poster had the chick there wearing a 33 on there. Remember that?
Need for the military establishment to intervene in politics. Besides, the monarch is the supreme commander, and whatever military generals going to do, they have to think twice whether that they would, I think, undermine the very position of the supreme commander in the personality.
Let me just mention, do you know why Levi was appointed the priesthood, the Levitical priesthood? Do you know why? I'm pretty sure you don't, unless you, well, there they do, obviously. And they may or may not have heard it from me. I don't know. But I tried to bring it out. Because Yahuwah was well pleased with Shamuan and Louis. How they went and avenged the defilement of their 12-year-old sister, Dinah. 12 years old. This is why this information is withheld from you in Christianity, because an Christian can't stomach the idea of Yahuwah being well pleased with that sort of militant protection. Which is sad. But it is sad. It's lawless idolatry, is what it is. And those things are forbidden in the scripture. Idolatry and lawlessness. And yet they think that they're upholding it better than anyone else. That's how the devil works. That's how the deceptions work. Yep. Alright. Just need to put that out there.
About the monarch.
Tidinan, in terms of the problems the current coalition face, one is the economy. It's very sluggish, tourism figures are down, people are showing discontent about the state of the economy. But isn't, if you take a step back, this political instability that Thailand has suffered for so many years one of the reasons that affects Thailand's economy? When you compare it to a country, for example, like Vietnam, that was very far behind Thailand a few years ago. Yes, it doesn't have democracy, but it has stability.
Well, firstly, you have to realize that the Constitutional Court is part of the Constitution, but many would object to or suspect or question its role in the democratic outcome. The Constitutional Court has undermined democratic outcomes for years, but it's part of the Constitution in 2017. The Constitution of 2017 was drafted by a military-appointed committee.
Here's another nature scene that has to be put up on the eyesore that is the big concrete overpass. Talked about this some the other day. Because in the city environment, you become completely detached from nature, creation, wildlife. But you'll see them try to paste the images about in a way to try and like give that comfort effect, to make you feel less trapped, to make it seem less like a prison. And then they give you the idea of a 15-minute city so that you're like, I don't want nothing to do with that. So you think, well, at least I'm not in a 15-minute city. You're in a freaking 30-minute traffic jam going to and from work every day. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, that's why we need to have, EVs or something. I don't know. Because global warming, okay. Because carbon bad, okay. You know that one of the ways that they can do carbon dating, so they claim, is what? Because they look at the carbon of what? Organic material. I'm sorry, if you're actually against carbon, that's kind of like being against life forms. It's completely illogical. And it's pseudo. Doesn't that mean like false or imitation? So does that mean a pseudonym? Is it? What does that mean? No, I don't know. Maybe I'm just way off base with that. They're out there, bro. They really are. They're out there. Okay.
yes, I mean, Vietnam and Thailand now is an established laggard among the ASEAN economies. It's languishing. The growth trajectory of Thailand used to be 6-7% 30 years, 40 years ago. Now it's down to 1-2%. And no good future ahead. Even the tariff negotiations with the US is in limbo now because of the lack of a clear government that we have now. So, I mean, moving forward, stability, yes, continuity, yes. Vietnam's a different recipe. They have their own issues, they have their own potential. But I'm thinking of Indonesia, even Philippines, Malaysia. They have their problems, but they have their acts together. For Thailand, the last 20 years, I'm beginning to think that, the deal that you mentioned earlier was not really a deal to move Thailand forward. It was a deal to get rid of Move Forward Party that won the election. And that's why Thaksin was brought back. I mean, how can Thaksin be brought back from exile and given a royal clemency, reducing his jail sentence from 9 years to 1 year? But yet, he and his daughter and so on, they are not allowed to really govern Thailand. So basically, this is a way of keeping Thailand messy and weak. And I think that, the various powers that be, maybe they don't really care about how Thailand can move forward.
Okay, Sean, very quickly at the end, would you say, given everything that we're seeing, that Thailand right now is a properly functioning democracy?
I more or less agree with Kudkasit Pirom that we are moving forward step by step in terms of democratization, and you can't pinpoint looking at our neighboring country with so much absolute government. I would call it the other way, and even look at three comparative nations, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Myanmar next door. I believe that this government would go along and Thailand will have its own place in society. It may not match the 6% growth rate in the past, but it would go along with Thailand being more politically active and more dynamic than the other country, and still exist as a society, functioning society, no matter what anybody say. I more or less think that it's just an ongoing process of Thailand as a nation. We are moving forward, but in a way that is hard to see from the outside.
Some advertisement. I mean, the main thing that I take away from stuff like that is just that the instability, the corruption, the hypocrisy, the injustice, all that is everywhere. There, like I've been saying, there isn't anywhere that you can go to escape from being in the beast system. And when push comes to shove, they got thermal imaging, night vision, and they're gonna have all that stuff on drones, and the drones can just go out and do patterns, and they will detect. Right? The only hope that we have is to go up underneath the wing of the Most High Yahuah, and to be like, protected in his fortress. Like he is a strong tower. You know what I'm saying? What's with Pacific Pride commercial fueling? What is that all about? I've never seen that before. There's a Camping World right there. That's actually a brand new building, or brand new looking, quite the facility. It's interesting. Port of Woodland. Excuse me.
Inside Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital, where desperate patients are being turned away because fuel is running out. The choice between starvation or being
Yeah, there you go. I see that also kind of feels like writing on the wall, you know, because talked before about diesel becoming like, you know, $5 a gallon, $10 a gallon, just like this. Maybe like 5.79 is really what I mean, right? So then what's going to happen when they start saying, well, we don't have the resources to care for that health condition or that health condition because we need to conserve this for those health conditions. You see what I'm saying?
Another 16 Palestinians are killed while waiting for food in Gaza.
The bill as amended is passed.
The US Senate passes Donald Trump's divisive tax bill after a marathon session. And schools shut in France and red alerts are issued across Europe, the continent sweltering at temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius.
And in sport tennis world number one, Yannick Sinner is on the...
I don't care about sports. Are you kidding me? That's a distraction, bro. So the heat wave thing, they talk about it in Paris a lot, but you know, we had some serious heat wave things going on in the US as well.
Thanks for joining us. Northern Gaza's largest hospital complex, Al-Shifa, has run out of fuel for its main generators, leaving only a small backup powering a few of its most urgent services. Israel has been blocking the entry of fuel into the Gaza Strip, and what little does pass rarely makes it to the north. And that's meant kidney dialysis equipment at Al-Shifa has stopped working in the last few hours. Intensive care units are barely functioning as the hospital tries to ration what little power it has. The hospital's director has told Al Jazeera that hundreds of patients are now facing death. Hani Mahmoud spoke to patients in urgent need of kidney dialysis treatment at Al-Shifa Hospital.
This is Gaza's largest health facility, but Al-Shifa today feels more like a waiting room for life and death, not because of war wounds, but because the fuel that keeps these machines running is running out, and the backup generators across the hospital are also running out of the fuel, just threatening many other critical and vital facilities in the hospital to shut down services completely. Kidney patients, especially those in need of dialysis, requires hours of treatment every few days, but without the electricity to keep these machines running, that care simply stops. And once again, it's just hard to walk into a place that used to be filled with the noise of the machines here, and many of the patients, dialysis patients who are in need of this care, are being told to go home and wait until a further notice, until of course fuel is back and the power generators are back here. These patients are not in the front line, they are not in the headlines of the news, they're not on the front line, but they're running out of time, and this time not because of the airstrikes,
509 a gallon right there.
Silence and neglect.
This is a life-threatening situation for kidney.
$5 for diesel. So here is a, I guess, a cargo ship. I don't see any containers on it. I'm not saying that means this or that or whatever. It's just my observation, looking right out here, and it doesn't actually have any cargo on it that I can see. There is something green on the deck, but it's not very tall, and it's not those big boxes, right?
Patients like us. Missing even one scheduled dialysis session puts our lives at immediate risk. Right now, I'm in severe pain, and there's nowhere else to turn. This crisis is yet another catastrophe for those of us with kidney disease. There is no other medical center in the Gaza Strip that can provide dialysis treatment.
I had to walk almost an hour to get here, arriving utterly exhausted.
I've accumulated an extra 5 kilos of fluid that urgently needs to be removed today.
Trying to observe out here and see if I see any other ones. It does look like there's one down there. How about give me a view of it, and I will let you know what I do see. Trains, train cars, not moving. Lots of wood. Lots of wood right here, stacked up. Remember when they were talking about like there was like a wood shortage or something for construction and spiking the prices and blah blah blah. It's interesting. It's like a lot of wood. It's still going all the way to this overpass right here. I won't be surprised if there's some on the other side. What color are they? Rust? Oh, they look old. No, that's brand new paint, dude. That's rust colored. I don't know. Graffiti over that, so just in case, you know. A bunch more wood over here, but that seems to be privately owned. I did see a ship, but now I don't know where it is. There's some obstructions.
That the machines have stopped working was a complete shock. If I have to go home without this treatment, the excess fluid will poison my body and I could die.
All the byproducts of the ongoing genocide across the Gaza Strip, it just makes us think that survival in Gaza is not about escaping the airstrikes and the bombs, but it's keeping power long enough so people here, kidney patients, can get 1 more hour of a treatment. Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera, from Gaza City, Palestine.
More than 102 people have been killed in Israeli attacks across Gaza since Tuesday morning. This is the aftermath of an airstrike on a residential square in Gaza City. At least 10 Palestinians were killed and several others were injured there. People have been digging out of the rubble with their bare hands because there's no fuel to operate machinery. And for yet another day, starving Palestinians desperate for food have been shot and killed at controversial food distribution centers backed by the US and Israel. At least 16 people were killed in the past few hours while waiting for food parcels.
This is similar to yesterday where it was like 80 in like bombing type, and then 15 more in the trying to get food, and now today it's like 100. 12 is every single day, ding, 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 ding. This doesn't go away. And then we saw some yesterday, like long-term effects of different types of things, toxins that can get left in the environment, and then obviously, you know, inability to treat things, long-term nutritional, birth defects, and all kinds. This goes on and on and on.
UN's called distribution centers run by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation a death trap. More than 580 people have been killed and thousands have been injured when they came under Israeli fire near the site since May. And Palestinians in Gaza are being forced now to choose between starvation or gunfire at those very distribution centers. That's according to more than 100 NGOs. Groups including Oxfam say the dangerous scheme run by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation must end immediately. The joint statement says 400 UN aid points have been replaced by just 4 military-controlled sites, forcing more than 2 million people into overcrowded militarized zones where they face daily gunfire. US President Donald Trump says the Israeli Prime Minister wants to end the war in Gaza. Trump was asked how he'd deal with Benjamin Netanyahu when the Israeli leader visits Washington next week. He also addressed tensions with Iran.
He wants it to. He's coming here next week. He wants to end it too.
because the Israeli government's banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. Hamdo, it's difficult to know whether Donald Trump is...
I don't know why, but I just seen a train right here. See cars that were filled with like wood, but more like not the logs themselves, but like the cut wood, whatever, 2x4s or 4x8s, just sitting, just parked. I've been seeing a lot of trains not moving. It's weird. I try to pay attention when I'm at home. So you have trains that go, back and forth, and it's stuff that's coming in and out of the Seattle. Of course, my understanding, right? Stuff comes in by sea, gets loaded on trains, goes into the heartland, and get trucked around and things like this. So I'm usually trying to pay attention to that because it's almost like when you have a cardiac patient and you hook them up to a 12 lead and you just watching the rhythm, making sure that there's no irregularity in the heartbeat. It's that type of thing. Like watching, just observing, being like, okay. Because they can tell you dang near anything on the television, right? And the propaganda piece and all that. The idea of illusion. Okay? But if you're really like, what do they used to call it? I think they used to say, keep your ear to the ground. So pay attention. What's going on around you? Be observant. Like, you'll notice things. You'll put you in positions where you can notice things. You'll put me in a position to notice some different kinds of things this month while I've been doing this RV transport work. And I see the construction. Now, I'm not new to interstate travel, long distance cross country trips and all that. So yes, there's always construction. But what I'm saying is that the amount is high. And you can ask people and you can find out and they will tell you it seems like that's been under construction for a long time. Or some of the older folks that live in communities will be like, yeah, they've been doing construction on that for insert time frame. Long, right? Just like the, student driver on the car bumper sticker. Of course, been seeing it for years. So what? Well, yeah, but have you seen this much? And have you seen this many older people with those? Who's issuing all those? Where are all those coming from? They're not all driving school, right? See these things, right? Why do there seem to be so much truckers now that don't understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Why? How'd that happen? When did that happen? Ask somebody who works with truckers. They'll tell you.
Being overly optimistic about what he hopes can be achieved when Benjamin Netanyahu travels to Washington, D.C. Next week. What is Netanyahu saying?
Well, there are some reports within Israeli media just within the last hour that Netanyahu could finally be showing signs toward wanting to end the war on Gaza. This would be a first in more than 20 months. The premier has been adamant that until all of Israel's military objectives are achieved, the war on Gaza would continue. However, it comes following monumental pressure from the Americans, from mediators, and from European allies that Israel needs to stop the war because of its conduct inside of the Gaza Strip. Now, the Army Chief of Staff had previously said that conquering Gaza, the occupation of the Gaza Strip, which was approved unanimously by the Israeli Security Cabinet to do so back in May, couldn't really be done because there were no more strategic gains for the Israelis to make, and any sort of moves that they make in the future could endanger the lives of the captives still being held in Gaza. So Netanyahu is expected to meet with the American president, as well as the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and the Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, who presented a proposal back in March that would see a 60-day pause in the fighting. The Israelis say that they had previously agreed to that they were pushing for that to be the agreement as well. But because of all the pressure from U.S. President Donald Trump in recent days, it looks like Netanyahu could be switching sides, but it's still unclear what kind of concessions the Israelis are going to make in order to end the war.
Hamda, if Netanyahu is edging towards being convinced or coerced into a ceasefire, obviously under a huge amount of US pressure, I wonder what political calculations he's going to have to make here, because there will be those within his coalition government who would prefer he finish the job and achieve so-called total victory with the defeat of Hamas.
There are a lot of political implications for Netanyahu, especially when it comes to his right-wing coalition partners. We're talking about the Religious Zionism Party and the Jewish Power Party of Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir, respectively, who have said that they would be leaving the government if there was any sort of deal. We saw this previously with Ben-Gvir. Smotrich had previously threatened to leave the government if the war did not resume after the first ceasefire deal. Netanyahu had given him assurances that the war would continue, but this time it would be different, especially if the Americans are really putting this pressure for the war on Gaza to end. These ministers have said that they would leave Netanyahu's government, that they would no longer be part of his coalition leading for the government to collapse. So again, it's unclear about what Netanyahu is willing to give up, what Netanyahu is going to get in exchange for approving a ceasefire deal to finally end the war on Gaza.
And as always, many thanks. Hamda Saleh in Oman. Well, sirens have sounded in southern Israel as the military says it's working to intercept a missile launched from Yemen. It's the second attack from Yemen since the June 24th truce between Israel and Iran. The missile fired by Iran-backed Houthi rebels was intercepted by Israel on Saturday. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces have launched widespread raids across several cities. Palestinian medical sources say at least one Palestinian man was shot and killed. Israeli forces stormed the center of Ramallah, as well as refugee camps in Hebron, Nablus, and the cities of Jenin and Tulkarem. Israel's military has been carrying out daily raids into Palestinian towns, killing nearly 1,000 people in the past 20 months. Austria's foreign minister has affirmed her country's support for Palestinian self...
Excuse me. NPC, bro. I'm coming up behind this car. It says the speed limit's 70. I'm like, okay, 69. In the middle lane. Coming up on this lady. Closing on her. She's going obviously slower, so I move over, go around her. I get 3/4 of the way past her. What's she do? When I move, you move, NPC. When you move, I move, NPC. Probably has no idea that she's doing it. It's wild. We see it all the time, everywhere. And not just in vehicles. Go shopping a busy store and watch. Watch these folks. I'm surprised right now, actually, because look, I'm not speeding. Normally I go the speed limit and people are flying by me, so I'm confusion right now. How is it that I'm going just under, but I'm passing all kinds of folks? What? Why? On I-5? Really? It's normally like, you know, right? Oh boy. Can't even make this stuff up.
Determination during a visit to the occupied West Bank. Austria has been one of Israel's most vocal supporters in the European Union and doesn't recognize a Palestinian state. But the foreign minister says Austria wants to see a two-state solution.
I'm here to confirm Austria's support to the right of Palestinians to self-determination in the framework of a two-state solution. It is time to return to diplomacy, to political solutions, and to the negotiating table.
Here's a sign for a dip. Let's see. Yeah, I guess that's the dip. oftentimes no sign whatsoever, and it's like boom, boom, like what? Dang, no warning. That was like hard on my tires. You know, give me a blowout, whatever. And then there'll be a sign that says dip or bump, and it's like hardly anything. It cracks me up. It cracks me up, bro. You know, it's like inconsistent. Maybe I can actually stay here and get left alone. Let's see.
Now, the US Senate has passed Donald Trump's sweeping tax cut and spending bill after a marathon session.
Oh yeah, right? Better Business Bureau. Build back better. Buster bunker bombs. And what's he call it, Bill? Forgot. Big, beautiful bill. Best bill ever. I don't know. It's like BBB, BBB, BBB. See it? See it? Ah. So this thing is telling me that 50 miles to that fuel place, and I'm wondering, like, am I even gonna be able to get the fuel, right? Because I don't feel like they've processed my paperwork yet. Maybe they're working on other ones. Let's do a call. What do you think? Voicemail? High percentage, and then it's voicemail.
It's a great day at Wave. You've reached Genesis at extension.
The yeas are 50. The nays are 50. The Senate being evenly divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative. The bill
is... You guys, come on, bro. Like, what do you think the chances are that it's literally 50-50 like that? Right? And that the VP has to come in with the deciding vote. Right? Just like it was, what was that guy? They had that white-haired guy that was a VP the first time Trump was in office. Pence? Was it Pence? And he had to come in and make a deciding vote on something to do with the election or recount. I don't know, something. But like, even if you look at the split of Democrat-Republican, which was supposedly like what? Like the most divided that they've ever been on these issues. These issues, or we can't even begin to agree with you on these things, right? Such drama, such theater, yeah. It's like that thing that they have in football, where they throw at the end, at the buzzer, right? Half-court shot at the buzzer, boom, send it to overtime.
As amended is passed.
That was Vice President J.D. Vance casting the tie-breaking vote. 3 Republican senators joined Democrats in voting against the bill. Democrats argue the tax cuts combined with new spending would increase massively the national debt. The legislation could also see cuts to health insurance for more than 12 million Americans. The House of Representatives will now have the final vote on Wednesday.
Well, I just heard that about the Senate, and the bill was passed, and
it tells you there's something for everyone. I mean, it's a great bill. There is something for everyone, and I think it's going to go very nicely in the House. Actually, I think it will be easier in the House than it was in the Senate.
Alan Fisher joins us from Washington, D.C. with more details. So we just heard from Donald Trump. Alan, he's pretty optimistic. The bill has passed the Senate, but only...
I have to risk showing my ignorance once again, but I always thought that when there was a bill, it went from the House, it got approved, then it would go to the Senate, then it got approved, it would go to the president's desk, and he could sign it or veto it. So what's with this? What's going on here? What am I missing? Is there something to where it's like, well, it originated from the executive, so it goes to the Senate first and then the House? Is that why? I mean, it's possible. I'm just saying I don't know. I'm not trying to say that something smells fishy. That goes without saying. I'm just saying, as far as the steps that are involved. Dang, I didn't know that guy's lane was ending, bro. What the what? The procedurally speaking part, right? Well, procedurally speaking, yeah. So I always thought that bills would go from the House to the Senate and then to the President. So let me know, what am I missing? Or maybe I was right. It's because it was the President's bill and not the people's bill. I don't know, bro.
What does this all mean for Trump's big, beautiful bill?
Well, Donald Trump should perhaps hold that thought about it being easier in the House. Certainly there's a number of Republicans who are already concerned about what is happening. One called it a dumpster fire, another said it's a real mess. A third said this does not follow Donald Trump's agenda and their intention is to vote against it in its current form. There will be some debate. The House Rules Committee is meeting at the moment. The intention is to put this onto the House floor on Wednesday and to get a vote so they can get it to Donald Trump's desk by Friday, but it's by no means a done deal. It was certainly a difficult battle in the Senate. 27 hours of debate and discussion. A number of senators had to get their own deals done, including extending support to rural hospitals. 3 Republicans voted against it. 1 eventually decided to cave and gave their support to the bill. But afterwards, Lisa Murkowski from Alaska said the reason she did it was she thinks that the House will reject it and it will come back to the Senate to do a lot more work. So Donald Trump's self-imposed deadline of July 4th to sign this bill is still there, but it's leaking further and further away.
There's been a huge amount of background noise through all of this, including that very open, very public dispute between Trump and Elon Musk. Musk saying it's time for a new political party that actually cares about the people. Is there any indication that Musk has won over Republicans, or even his suggestion of a new political party has landed in any way?
Well, sometimes Elon Musk's influence on the Republican Party is overstated. What you've got to look at are the opinion polls. You go back to January when Donald Trump talked about putting together this big, beautiful bill. There was a lot of support, but as the details became known, as people realised that the tax cuts for those on lower wages might not be as big as those given to millionaires and billionaires, when they realised that Medicaid health cover might actually be impacted, that it might not be as good a deal as they thought, the support for the bill started to leak away. Less than 50% now support Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill, which, by the way, is now officially no longer called the big, beautiful bill after a Democratic move during the vote. Elon Musk, well, he's saying that he will put up money to back anyone who challenges Republicans who voted for this bill. He said it was political suicide for them to support something which blows up the debt by $3 trillion, according to the government's own budget watchdog, over the next 10 years, that removed so many people from Medicaid, something that Donald Trump said he would support. Now, a lot of the time, if you talk about setting up a third party, you go, yeah, we've heard that many times before. But this time,
Elon Musk has a lot of money, and he could pour billions into creating a third political party. Many people.
I mean, what a circus, drama, everything else. Bro, for real. Please don't believe in this, all this. Please, 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 please don't. Stop and think about it. Do you think that there's already a problem maybe on the books with using financial incentives to sway political process? Hello? You know, like, is this some kind of humiliation ritual for Elon?
People in the United States have talked about how they need to break the duopoly of Republicans and Democrats. So this might have the benefit of legs, but we've said that before in the past, and people tend to go back to what they know. Donald Trump will be concerned about what Elon Musk has said, but it's clear that the two who enjoyed this big bromance at the start of Trump's second term in the Oval Office, that now seems to be broken apart, and no one's going to put it back together.
All right, Alan, as always, many thanks for that.
Yeah! What are you gonna do, brother, when the pythons get a hold? Yeah! Right? It's like a WWE drama. Come on, man, we need a love triangle thing. Isn't there some Elizabeth character that we can insert into this whole thing? Dude. Give me a break.
Alan.
Yeah, we got ads. Advertisement. One. Ocean Network Express. ONE.
President, which is, constitutionally appropriate, but it means that the Senate was evenly divided 50-50, which means 3 Republican senators did not support the bill. However, we know that Mr. Trump runs a very tight ship. He essentially threatens anybody who votes against anything he wants with what is called now, a primary challenge. You want to be renominated at the next election go around? I'll put somebody to run against you for the nomination, and you're dead meat. And that's how he keeps people in line. Those who may be recalcitrant or doubtful. Of course, there are others who are perfectly convinced that this is the right thing to do. When it goes now to the House of Representatives, same thing. Only the House is a bit more unruly, and the margin for the Republicans is the same, 3 votes, but there are 435 representatives. So is it going to pass? I would say good chances that it will.
Well, while the Senate voted to pass that bill, Donald Trump's been touring a controversial migrant detention center in the state of Florida. He visited the facility with Governor Ron DeSantis and Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. The center's located in an abandoned airstrip deep in the state's wetlands. It's being referred to as Alligator Alcatraz because it's surrounded by swamps with alligators and snakes, which officials say could deter detainees from trying to escape. For days, though, rights groups and environmentalists have been holding
Imagine if they just rounded up all the Congress folks and then arrested them all for their crimes against humanity and put them in the swamp and drained the swamp. Bro, it'd be funny. That'd be funny. Chances, none. None chance, dude. But come on, man. If you're still doing the whole like where we go one, we go all thing, then you'd be like, yeah, dude, Trump's gonna round them all up and put them in the what the heck did they just call it? Alligator Alley, Alcatraz, what? Everglades, Alcatraz. What the heck was it called? Alligator Alcatraz. That's what they call it. Look at those old trucks. That's cool.
Tests condemning the facility. Phil Laval's been following Trump's trip for us in the Florida Everglades. He reports on the politics and controversies surrounding that new facility.
Well, Donald Trump's plane arrived here in this facility, one of the few planes that will actually be landing here, because the whole idea of it is that this is where planes will take off. The migrants will be driven down this road straight in. They will be held here, they will be processed here, and then those flights would leave from here. In fact, the governor, Ron DeSantis, describing this as a one-stop shop. Donald Trump was joined by Ron DeSantis and also his Department of Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem. They were given a guided tour, and they had this to say when they were talking about how this will all work.
You don't always have land so beautiful and so secure. You have a lot of bodyguards and a lot of cops that are in the form of alligators. You don't have to pay them so much. But I wouldn't want to run through the Everglades for long. We'll keep people where they're supposed to be. This is a very important thing.
Well, despite the controversy over where this is being built, Governor DeSantis has really lent into how efficient it is, talking about how it took just over a week to build, how it is relatively cheap at $245 per bed per day, and also how nimble it is. For example, if there is a shortage of immigration judges, they plan on using the National Guard to fill in those posts instead. And many other states will be watching closely. We know that immigration numbers were up in June, those people who are in custody, compared to the start of the year, as Donald Trump tries to get close to that promise of
Once something like that is up in place and running, it's not going to really take that much for them to start also having additional types of cases, right? And they'll say, you know, whatever, like, because we have these National Guard people filling in for judges, it's a very nimble court system, so we can do speedy trials. Remember when Trump was like, quick trial, speedy trial? Remember that? He's like, oh, I talked to this world leader and I asked him, do you have problems with drugs? And he's like, no problem with drugs. Oh, really? Why not? How you do that? Quick trial, same day, execution, boom, no problems, right? So once it's up, established, running, it won't really be that big a deal. You can have another one of these show vote things in DC and be like, yeah, you know, we have an influx of sleeper cell, domestic, terrorist, sympathizer, you know, anti-Semitic, what have you. And, you know, we need to have these cases heard because it's a matter of national security. And then they're going to vote and they're going to be like, yep, absolutely. And they're going to be like, oh, here's the evidence. Look what we found on his cell phone. Look what we found on his laptop, right? And that type of information can very, very easily be quote-unquote deep faked, right? It's not gonna matter, right? So, but you know, this is just a thought, a theory. You know, I'm considering writing a novel about this dystopian nightmare where these people are all rounded up and put in these camps, and then they're tried and charged, and then they're beheaded, right? Like the scripture says, for their amunah and testimony, Yahusha HaMashiach, right? So there could be like massive amounts of these like guillotine machines. We can bring those back. We could get some corporation to manufacture them that isn't really known for such things, but they specialize already in like razor blades, you know, like Mach 3 razor kind of a thing. Yeah. What do you think? Bestseller? Think I get a publisher? Think I get a distribution deal? No. don't get over yet. Look, there's people coming. Dude, look at this guy. People are trying, bro.
Million deportations every year that he made during the election campaign.
Florida's sleepy swamps? Not so sleepy anymore. Now a major part of Donald Trump's migrant crackdown. This long-abandoned airstrip in the middle of nowhere transformed into a brand new 5,000 capacity detention center to temporarily hold those arrested by immigration teams before they're deported.
As I call it, alligator Alcatraz.
Florida's attorney...
I mean, you know, it could be an additional chapter in the book too that says that even though they were informing the public that these arrests were, like they're saying, you know, non-U.S. citizen, whatever, that they were arresting and listing and charging them as that, but they had other concerns that were not disclosed to the public for matters of national security, like, right? Like they wouldn't want the entire public to understand and know the amounts of people who are involved in this other thing, because that would put the rest of us in at risk. So we're just going to call it this publicly, but we'll have the official military documentation that states what the real charges are, etc. That would be like the almost like the plot twist in the book before the climax. You know, part of the rising action. Yeah, you see that guy, how he was looking at me all ticked off because he didn't like that I was coming back over because people were coming on. So he wants to pass everybody in the far right lane. Going what? About 10 over. This is the speed limit that I'm going right here. You know? We are supposed to try to pass on the left, you know, when we can, kind of thing. And you gotta understand that sometimes you have to slow down for people. Like, sometimes, I don't know. Would you want to shut the door on somebody so they can't get to the left lane in order to get out of the way of oncoming traffic that never got up to speed? I feel like that's like a courtesy, right? This thing, like if you were waiting in line to check out and you were like, say like next 2 in line ahead of you, and they opened a new register over there and somebody walked up that hadn't been waiting, what if they were like, oh hey, you can come on over here because they knew that you've been waiting longer? Would that be appropriate? Yeah, it's not a law or nothing. But to just take advantage and slip in when other folks have already been waiting longer, and you know, then that's kind of rude. See what I'm saying? Remember when you were in elementary school and people would try to like let their friend in, like, you know, and you're behind them and you're waiting, and they just showed up and they get in line with their friend? How did that make you feel? See what I'm saying? Speed limit just dropped 70 to 60 here, but I don't want to get behind this box truck, so I'm just going to stay with the flow right here. Everyone's still maintaining their same speed, but I am going to slow down and get over one. What's going to happen is I'm going to get stuck behind a dump truck instead. I want to be behind a dump truck instead. Okay, maybe like 5 more seconds. Oh no, now there's someone merging on. At some point, I guess I just got to bite the bullet, right? Because if I drop to 60 in that fast lane, then I'm going to end up being in somebody's way. This isn't what I would consider to be man-pleasing. This is just lovers of themselves, haters of the things that are true, cold, hearts grow cold, all that, then you don't expect people to actually have common courtesy or common sense. We gave up on that a long time ago, didn't we? It's not so common, is it? Okay. Alright, so 21 miles. Let's see if they ever got to my paperwork. Kind of thinking no. Alright, so definitely not still. Let me try to call dispatch again, see if I get a voicemail. Maybe. Abba.
It's a great day at Wade. You've reached Genesis at extension 203. I'm not able to get to the phone right now, but if you leave me a message, I will do my best to get back with you as soon as possible. Remember to be alert because accidents hurt. Thanks. Have a great day.
Hey Genesis, it's Jeremy. I just wanted to see if there was any issue with my paperwork. The load that I took to Hillsboro, Oregon earlier today was delivered and I scanned the paperwork, but I haven't seen that it's been processed yet. So I just wanted to check and see if there's any issue with it. I need to get some fuel, and so I'm waiting for the payment to process on my Comm Data card. Please give me a call back if you have any questions or concerns. My number is 407-256-3521. Thank you so much and have a great day. All right.
General launched it with this movie trailer style explainer.
People get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, has been rounding up undocumented migrants nationwide. The president fulfilling a winning election promise.
We will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of the United States.
Even mulling the idea of reopening Alcatraz, the infamous California prison on a rock surrounded by water. Here in Florida, this facility bringing that dream to life in a new, very different way. This is an incredibly dangerous place, from the snakes that you can't see to the alligators that you can see, and for every one of these there are many more that are lurking beneath the surface. Anybody who is on the run here is not likely to get very far at all, which is why the Everglades is proving so attractive to the government. The facility is reportedly costing $450 million a year, with some of the money coming from FEMA. That's the body that provides emergency assistance after major natural disasters.
Holding immigrants in a detention camp in the middle of the Florida summer, in the middle of the Everglades swamp, in the middle of hurricane season, in a bunch of tents with no adequate infrastructure or running water. It's just horrific.
Opponents of...
Oh, wow, right? Bro, that's wild. Wild. So, please leave a name in the comments of the biblical king that most closely resembles. Oh, bro, man, what's going on? It's crazy. Port of Centralia. Okay. I'm so hungry, you guys. I'm so hungry. I'm 18 minutes away from this fuel location, and I'm wondering, should I be stopping? You know, you don't want to harass the dispatcher. You're trying to be patient. How long ago did I actually upload the paperwork? Probably an hour. So that's patient. Called, got a voicemail, didn't leave a message. Try again in a little while. I feel like that's patience.
also concerned about the environment. The governor has used emergency powers to commandeer the site, and it is surrounded by indigenous land. But the government's leaning in, local Republicans even selling alligator Alcatraz merch. The Department of Homeland Security sharing memes of alligators as ICE agents. President Trump and his Homeland Security Secretary will open it on Tuesday as campaigners are suing to close it. But with plans to build another north of Miami and the government cranking up its immigration crackdown, they have a long fight ahead. Phil Lavelle, Al Jazeera, in the Florida Everglades.
In other news, in a major political upset, Zohran Mamdani has officially won the Democratic primary for the New York City mayor. The 33-year-old was expected to win after taking a strong lead when the polls closed last week, but final results now show he finished ahead of former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo by 12 points. Mamdani is promising to make the city more affordable and expand public services. He'll now contest the general election in November against Republican nominee Curtis Sliwa and incumbent Eric Adams, who plans to run as an independent.
Yeah, and that Republican nominee is the one who is the, I guess, the founder of the Guardian Angels, they're called. Interesting. And they're saying, yeah, Mayor Adams will run as an independent. And it's even possible for the guy that just got beat, which was the brother of the CIA trained asset. Can't remember his name. What are their names? I don't remember. Can come back and run as an independent as well. Pretty interesting. It's all circus sideshow stuff. You know, they're gonna put their person in place. Your own tape. Our own tape. 12 miles. Should I get off? Hey honey, are you able to maybe let me know how much diesel costs at the Costco? I'm trying to decide if I should stop in like the next 10 miles because it's the last place I can use the comp data card, and they still haven't put the funds on the card yet, so I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what I should do, and I'd like to know how much it is at that Costco if you're able to check. If not, please do not worry about it. It's just a thought I had. Exit 88. How much do we actually see? Exit 88, mile marker 88, 88 miles remaining. And the same thing with the 33, you'll see them. Both of them. A lot. Baruk Atah. Sometimes there could be folks that are like really need that, and I honestly kind of do really need it, you know what I mean? Like I should be able to go ahead and use my company card to get the fuel along my route. I've completed the task. It's been a while. Like I don't know what their normal, I know they have something where it's like, well, if it's after 3 o'clock on Friday, don't think you're going to get it until Monday or something like that, cut off. But during the normal business day, notified until I followed up an hour later to ask, like, then is it going to get processed at all? Maybe not. Oh, that's my baby telling me how much the fuel is, I think. Let me give a listen to that, and I'll be right back with y'all in just a moment. Well, I am not sure. I have 4 miles to decide. I'm not getting any replies. I got about half a tank here, and I don't know, probably 3/8 back there, which is likely enough to top this off. Mostly what I'm looking for is to get as much fuel as I can before I have to leave to go to Idaho for my next load. I don't want to have to get fuel in Washington. And my baby's checking to see how much it is at the Costco. But like $4.50, $4.51 or $2 or some such thing is basically what it's showing at this truck stop here. I think I'm just gonna kind of slow down, and I'll go there and use the restroom either way, because I'm pretty sure that I got like a solid 4 hours left to get home. It's disappointing. That's alright. The only thing that makes stuff like this alright, honestly, is Yahuah. Think about it. If it wasn't for the sovereignty of Yahuah, there'd be like a lot more things that would be impossible to bear. Not that this one is impossible to bear at all, but there's no real reason to get all bent out of shape for this. There's much larger crimes happening all the time, and ultimately Yahuah will avenge everything, right? So kind of amazing what passes for food, what they call food. There's the pilot. Yeah, truck seriously needs a bath. Big time. I want to do like a home scrub down, whatnot. Been wanting to try the idea of using the WD-40 as like a bug remover, and also on windows. I don't know if you have any experience with that, please let me know. But I've been seeing that WD-40 works great at removing bugs, and also like oil and stuff from windows, like as a glass cleaner. It's pretty interesting. I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to do that. I mean, obviously tomorrow's Shabbat, and I'm gonna jump out and grab this load. Probably leaving early Thursday. Trying to pick it up on Friday, but I can't drop it off until Monday, so that's putting me in a little bit of a pickle. I don't know. I hadn't thought it through all the way yet, so I'm going to still take a little time on that scenario. Think about what I want to do. Alright. Let me get back with you guys here in just a moment. That's my baby. I'm going to see what she had to report. Alright, guys. Seems like probably well time to turn the camera back on. I got a hold of the dispatcher, and it was, hey, yeah, when you get a chance, if you could try to re-upload your pictures and just do a better job of cropping the corners. So it's the exact same technique that I've been using, no issues whatsoever. My honest opinion is that it's pushback because I'm trying to check the status. Okay, the app on the phone, you take a picture, it automatically does the flash. It shows you the picture of the whole document plus the background, and you click next and it crops it, like it automatically crops it. If you crop it manually, then you can have issues, I know, with corners and stuff. But it's actually a pretty intuitive app that just does it for you when you are directly above and the flash comes on. So anyway, I'm obviously not getting any fuel right now, and I asked the father to deal with that. But I wanted to quickly reach over and turn the camera on because I saw the dome of the Capitol Washington, which is in Olympia. Now I don't know where it has just gone. Like, I saw it, I thought it was going to be on the right, but I actually believe that it's going to be on the left, so you probably won't be able to see it. I have seen some people do some videos on it, so it might be pretty cool to check out. You know, these are what we're referring to as these old world buildings, and they're smoking gun evidence and proof that the mainstream narrative of the historical timeline can't be true. If you believe all the things that they say, that kind of presents you with a type of cognitive dissonance. Like, what are you going to do with this information now? Right? But obviously, folks who have already realized that there are these huge lies out here just consider it to be a confirmation and further evidence that there's more to the story than meets the eye, or more to the story than what is in the official narrative. So take a look at it, like, look into it, check it out. Look at the materials, the construction, when they claim it was founded, right? Who the architects were, how they got assigned the jobs, what their training was and experience was, the materials, the weights of the materials, the resources available allegedly at the time, all this information. You're going to see that this can't math. The math don't math, right? So it's something that's worth looking into, worth checking out. Yeah, so apparently I'm going to need to re-upload all of my documents. It is concerning. It really is. I checked to see, and they were originally uploaded 3 hours ago. Try to keep everything, benefit of the doubt, above board, professional, respect filled. This is not a new thing, it's a pattern. And I'm another person who shared some information with me when they were assigned to this particular person. would just pull out to the Father that He deal with this for me, because He fights for us. And in the meantime, I will just let everything go, re-upload the documents, and move on. Baruk Yahuah. Not sure exactly where. I know that I'm, north of Olympia, but this is actually close to the area where my Yahusha was residing when we first met, and I was in Florida. Talk about a long distance thing, huh? Washington and Florida. Yeah. And Yahuwah brought us together. Baruk Yahuah. Baruk Yahuah. Now there's just a lot of gorgeous things in the creation out here. It really is one of the most Yapa places that I've ever seen. Now just imagine when it's renewed. Just imagine what it's going to be like when it's renewed. This hill and these trees somewhere. I don't know exactly what angle. It's actually an amazing truth is that there's something like Mount Rainier Boulevard or Mount Rainier Avenue or some such thing, like really near Seattle. And you can look straight down and you can see the peak. You can see more than the peak because you can see almost the entire mountain, right? And if you look at the distance and you apply the mathematical formula for the curvature, it should not even be possible to see the tip, let alone as much as you do see. And so it's a smoking gun evidence that the alleged formula or equation for the curvature cannot be true. It's impossible to be true. So there's that. I think they've tried to come out too and say that, oh no, that's misrepresented, or that's misunderstood, or that's not really what the equation is. And I think it was like 8 inches per mile squared, and the reason why it's per mile squared is because it continues to, it's like cumulative because it is an ongoing curve. It's not just a slope, right? So if they try to deny that, there's going to be issues, but I'm sure they're going to try to come up with some way. Oh, there, I just saw the peak again, right out this way. Pretty much around 2 o'clock. I don't know if you got a quick glimpse, but if you did, it wasn't much because of the angle and also the perspective of what is between us and it. Might get another one coming up here. Now, if this wall wasn't here, that might actually be really something. Let's see. There it is. I don't know if you were able to see it through the trees. This is a military base here. JBLM is what it goes by, and I think it's actually a joint base. I forget, Air Force and Marine, or Air Force and Army. I don't know. Don't quote me on that, but it's something like that. That's where we are. I-5 exit 120. JBLM. A lot of traffic on the other side. kind of feel like that's going to be upcoming on this side as well once we get on the other side of whatever's causing all the congestion. It's like it says on my map here, Fort Lewis. So maybe that's what the L stands for. I don't know. Forgot. I used to know. Curious to see what we're getting here. 17.4. That was some traffic, but not a huge amount. Maybe there'll be a view right here. Let's see. Nope, not quite. Anyways, the large peaks of like the fiery mountains, they really are majestic and amazing at great distances. They can be seen very clearly. You know, of course you have issues with I guess air quality and also just different things obstructing the view if you're close to something. But yeah, there's a lot of places where you can clearly see, and you can see very well, and you can see like way more than makes any type of logical sense on a ball Earth. This ball Earth cosmology thing is false. So it's yeah, that's one of those things that can kind of quote unquote wake up a lot of people, and a lot of people, including my Shah, were driven to Yahuah by such truth. Drives you to Scripture, and the Scripture verifies what truly is testable, observable, and repeatable about cosmology. Absolutely. It is the accurate science book. Facts. I'm not sure, but I'm thinking that the perspective could be around my 3 o'clock, or even starting to fall back behind that. shower, get something to eat, and try to take a nap before they get back home. But it's like I have things to unpack, and I don't really feel like doing that yet. I don't know. I'm not sure how all this is gonna go, because I had to wear myself pretty darn thin. Now, I think I saw it. I'm trying to look and see right there. Boom! You got a clear shot. I can't see exactly what you can see. There it is, very clearly. At least to me. I think that's right in line with what you're seeing there as well. Baruk Atah Yahuah. Abba's mountains are amazing. Abba's amazing. Living water. Alive, coming down from the Shemayim. See, Arat reaches up, he raises up the mountains and they touch the Shemayim, bringing it down, right? A little taste of heaven on earth. Hello. And look what happens. The beast of the field and all the fruits of the trees and all this stuff is food for us and sustenance, and it is the water and the sun feeding in that brings all that, right? Baruk Atah Yahuah. So someone calls me and I don't answer the call, and it unpauses my YouTube video. Go figure. It's crazy how that works. for carpool, and then there's other times that you can just utilize it. And I don't really understand. When I look at the sign, it doesn't make any sense. There's the symbol for the lane. It says I-5, 16. It has a bus and vehicles of 2+ people, 1/4 of a mile. So it's going to start in 1/4 of a mile. And it's probably be pretty straightforward if that's the only thing I ever saw. But there's also like hours. Okay, that's saying that and that only in motorcycles. And then $536 fine. So that's making me think that there's never a time that it's anything other than carpool, bus, motorcycle, and you have to have a pass. But there is definitely another sign that added confusion to this whole thing, and I don't know exactly what it says or exactly where it is, but we'll see. All right, I'm seeing an obelisk of a circa. I'm seeing cranes that you would offload cargo ships with here. If we could actually like see beyond this, whatever this wall. See if I try to go like that. Look, I can almost see the water. I don't know if there's any boats. I don't see any cranes lifting anything. I mean, it seems like if there's like 8 cranes there, maybe one might have a container that it's lifting. I don't know. 6.7 miles. So you gotta have the pass, be a bus, or 2 passenger or more only. There's that. Very popular dome thing. I don't know if it's sports, concerts, both, whatever. There's that. Maybe it's called the Tacoma Dome. I don't know what it's. Yeah, it is called the Tacoma Dome. There's a bunch of those crane things. I don't see boats because I just can't really see them. There might be one right there because I see a lot of those containers all stacked up. But they also stack them on the land, so it's a little confusing. And then, like up here on the right, there's also like a casino or some such thing. I have a lot of that type of thing here too. Right? The tribes. And I think they also have like concerts and comedians and different things that come in through there. Oh, here it is. There's one right there. It says Florida. Right. Over there, then there's orange ones, then there's green and white ones, and there's like some blue and red ones over there. I mean, there's so much of these cranes that are, you know, for loading and unloading of ships and I don't know, probably also trucks and trains, cars, all that. Oh, there go to mountain again. So we're gonna get a little bit of a to the left, I think. And then when we do, you might even get a better shot of the mountain. I wonder if it's, oh, you can't see it just yet. It's literally like right there and it's huge. huge. It's huge. There goes my baby. They're on their way out. And I'm on my way in. So we're gonna have to meet up later. Alright, so we got a little bit of a left-hand turn right here. Come on. Is it making it onto the camera, you guys? Oh my gosh, I can't tell. There's a lot of RV lots right through here. Tacoma, of course, very, very large city, right? Ready to like pause it and zoom in or whatever, because this is probably gonna be it right here. Now there's a bunch of trees getting in the way and like, I don't know, businesses and whatnot. Some like apartment buildings totally in the way. Maybe a gap right through here. Get ready, family. Come on, Abba, show me. Did you get it? Ah. That's funny. I'm gonna be right back. Oh. Federal Way, 320th Street. guess I should remind you, Yashar'Al, that all the injustices, all the unequal scales that you face and that you endure will be repaid by Yahuwah. Facts. You know, and let's salah in that, let's rest in that, let's shalom in that, mashpaka, shalom, mashpaka, shalom, mashpaka, shalom, mashpaka. Why? Because Yahuwah reigns, Yahusha folks can as well. Get on 405 North, and we're going to be doing that in about 6 miles, and that's going to probably be when things get really congested as far as construction goes. So I may have to just end up cutting the video short, or at least perhaps pausing it for some extended period. I mean, I don't know. It is telling me that it's an hour and 16 minutes like total, which is, I would take it. If that ends up being true, bro, yeah, let's go, let's do that, yeah. One benefit that I have right now that might help offset the fact that I'm extremely tired and did not get rest and have not washed up for several days and all those things is that I'm 3 hours ahead of my mashpakah. So, you know, it's only 1:20 right now, right? Even though to me it very much is, it's actually later feeling than 4:20, but hopefully that balances out and offsets out. Grab a quick bite to eat, take a shower, and grab a nap. Sounds like I got another message from my baby. I'm going to scoot up here in case this box truck tries to come over. I just want to be in this lane because I have 4 miles. It's kind of a lot, but it's better to get over now instead of like, hey, let's try to do it later and the door's kind of closed. You know what I'm saying? Okay, looks like she gave me a heart reaction to my last message. She may have a new message soon, but that wasn't it yet. Whew. Yeah, okay, so SeaTac. What did I say before? Satcom or something? No, SeaTac. SEA, short for Sea Atoll, and TAC, short for Tacoma. It's when I first heard it, I was like, it sounds like a military thing, like SATCOM, and I might have said SATCOM or something. I don't know. I'm tired. Tired, family. You know. And I mean, the beast system is wearing us out, and probably wearing you out too. So may Yahuah give you like strength. Right? I'm always palaling for Gil, Shalum, and Hassad, which is like Joy, Peace, and Mercy. To say those like that because none of those words are clean. Ain't that something? I'm amazed at all the unclean words that they force-fed us our whole lives. We've been lied to in every way. Oh, there's a mountain out there. Where you at? Where you at? Oh. You might see it towards the right there. I don't know what you get to see, but I can see it a little bit behind us, out that window. Okay, 2 miles. Bellevue. I don't know. Actually, I'm gonna hold off for a moment, and I'm gonna check on my shot here in a moment. But I got 2 miles until I'm supposed to other things, so I want to make sure that I am very focused. And sometimes the very far right lane turns into an exit only, and will mess you up if you get over too early. I don't know that that's the case right now, but I suspect that it could be. So here we go. So 405, this one is exit only, so I do need to get over. And now I can't get over because it's backed up too much. So I'm blocking, folks, okay? I don't appreciate that, but it's when the wisdom of the designer is inferior to common sense. Then the street planners and engineers and things make an inferior functioning product. After all, these are the product of their brain, you know? So, there you go. Alright, let me see if I can see. Oh boy, that one's... I got a great long message to hear from my honey, but I'm going to need to wait until I get to a stable point in the navigation. See, right lane exit only now for something called South Center. Don't fall for that, because it told you a second ago that the right lane was for 405 North only. And then they inserted that, and that could really mess you up. Okay, now we're back to 405 right exit only. 405 North is this one. This is actually probably the best that I've done on this particular thing. Ask my baby, I always get stressed out. Oh look, no parking next 33 miles. Hey, everybody seen that before? I don't know. Can't remember. It just seems like a random number, so I don't. Pattern recognition, right? So this is saying 11 miles. So now I'm going to scooch over a little bit. And I might even scoot over a little bit again, because look at what they do up here. They go in loco. See? Brakes, switching. Like they get all crazy. That's what they do. I can't go in the carpool lane because I'm not carpooling, right? 2 or more passengers. Okay, family. There's a lot of traffic. It's going to thin out some, but then it's going to turn to construction. It's going to get really backed up. So I'm going to pop off of here. I'm going to pause here and listen to what my baby had to say, and I'll be right back. Alright. So yeah, so this is 405. Okay, look, I see construction starting here. And I don't know how long this has been going on, but there was construction in this area when we came to Issaquah 5 years ago. And this was the first thing that Abba showed me. And I realized that all of this is intentionally designed to disrupt our ability to do travel and commerce and all that. Because when the destruction comes upon the U.S. suddenly, like it's coming, people are not going to really be able to travel to meet up with family and friends and stuff like that. I don't think. But we'll see. But yeah, I was stuck in this, and I mean, right here there's this carpool lane, but I was coming the other direction, and I was going to my leg appointment. And I was near where 90 and 405 intersect, which is a ways up from here. and it was completely locked down. No one was moving, and there's concrete barriers on either side, so there's no shoulder or anything. And I could see behind me like a fire engine and an ambulance trying to come and respond to, I don't know if they had like a injury of a construction worker, or if they had like a medical emergency of a driver or passenger of a vehicle, or just what. But I was like, I noticed these kinds of things, and I used to drive ambulance for a long time, so I'm like, nobody's going to be able to let them through. Like, nobody's going to be able to actually like move. Like, in order to do it, they would all have to work together, and they're not really going to do that. So I'm like, wow, what's going to happen? And I kept watching and watching and watching, and then finally I couldn't see the lights anymore. And they either like shut down, or they probably shut down, they probably got canceled, but I don't know. But that's when I realized, oh my gosh, this isn't like this is intentional. They haven't even like built into it any kind of accommodation for like an emergency situation. And they're not that what's the word? Foolish is a great word, scripture word. But see, by the definition of foolishness in the scriptures, they are, because foolishness is lawlessness, is rebellion, hard-hearted, stiff-necked, haters of the things that are righteous. Yeah. So, but you know, like to plan a construction project on something like this, there's teams of people, and you know, they have think groups and all this, right? It's not just like one guy or two guys drawing some stuff up, like, right? And also we have established methods, tested, proven, etc. And so, you know, like having some means or some way for emergency vehicles and stuff like that to come through. But all this is like escalating, and I had no idea how vast it was until I started making the deliveries, and then I realized, oh my gosh, it's everywhere, all over the place. If I'm able to drive at the speed limit for like 15 or 20 minutes, I start thinking to myself, when's the next construction zone coming? There's only been a few exceptions, but there's always some construction at some point on pretty much every road that I go on. It's crazy. Look at all those people at the pool. It's 87 here right now. So in 6.8 miles, I'm gonna continue on 405 that I'm already on. So how long am I on 405? I don't actually know, because it only tells me how long until I stay on. And until that goes away, I don't know what's next, right? Wouldn't you rather just know how long you have to stay on this road and what the name of the road is that you're going to get off on next? That's what I would think would be logical, common sense, and also historical. So what's up with this, guys? There's a massive Boeing building right there, and it has like these giant murals painted on it of like a sun down scene with their plane and a sun up scene with their plane. Which is interesting, because this is the exit for Sundown, or SET, for Mighty One Boulevard, and the Issaquah. Like I told you, this construction was going on 5 years ago when I came here for the very first time. This part right here has changed at all. Look at that. that my tires are going to pop. Of course they're not, because they're, you know, really strong, rigid, but I'm just saying it's like when you used to go over speed bumps too fast and it was like boom, 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 like that. It's crazy. Well, at least we're kind of moving now a little bit. I don't think, yeah, we're not to the 90 yet, so that ain't even the part. But we already had some of that congestion back there, so I guess it's going to happen again here shortly. But yeah, this is where like having a passenger and getting in the carpool is going to make all the difference for you. See, it says 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the bottom of the sign that says carpool buses and 2 or more people. So does that mean if it's before 5 a.m. you can use it, and if it's after 7 p.m. you can use it? I don't know. I think so. And is that every day of the week, or is that Monday through Friday? I don't know. Look at this, what are they building, dude? This is going on and on and on. Look at this. It is crazy. Portland, and I was really amazed at the interchanges, the roads that they had, and I was like, you know, if they had to do construction on one of these, you'll have these long curving ramps, 2 lanes. What if that thing like collapsed or became structurally unsound, so it had to be redone? And like, where are they supposed to mount the cranes that are gonna work on that one when it's all other roads around there? And I'm just like, what have they built for themselves? Some kind of a trap? I could be wrong, but that's what I see. And I'm like, wow, you know, because why do you have to make everything so cramped? Again, go back, like, look how much land there is out there. Right? So I get that you want to have, now there's multiple roads and you want them to somehow connect and do that sort of thing. But I don't feel like you have to stack up on yourself to the point where it becomes like a Jenga thing. You know? I don't know, bro. This is great though. You know, look how well everything's flowing. So it's Tuesday, 1:30 p.m. and you know, we're just zipping along here. This car came out of nowhere and they're probably like, this guy got right in front of me. Meanwhile, they're literally going the speed limit in the slow lane, and it's not well enough for him. He's gonna try to get around me, and he's gonna be ticked off, and I'm, you know, let me see, what am I doing? 5 over. So it is what it is, bro. I don't really care anymore. Some of these people, they're never gonna be at Shalom. They're never gonna be pleased. They're filled with restlessness. Lives are chaos and disorder, and sadly a lot of them just want to hurry up and get home so they can eat toxic food, get wasted on some kind of substance, beer, whiskey, vodka, pills, you know, medicinal marijuana, whatever, and then stream some image of the beast on their Netflix or Hulu or Vudu or whatever. fill yourself with images of all the things that you covet to have, that you think are going to somehow give you the answer to the restlessness that's inside of you, that can only be quenched with Yahuah. Just like my family just told me in the message, oh, and we got to see a stellar jay up close, you know, because they actually appreciate that. They appreciate Abba and his creation and the Yafah, right? The beauty of what he has made. You gotta be able to like step back and appreciate those kinds of things. Because I was there and I know it's like, yeah, and all you're thinking about is like some stupid show you want to watch, or some IPAs that you have that you've been wanting to drink, or some new vape flavor that, you know, or whatever. Just that kind of stuff that never really satisfies, like, at all, right? Okay, 522 is my exit. That's the name of the road. The exit number, I don't actually know, but it's 11 miles away. I'm not going to jump over too early because I know it's going to get all like congested and slow down by then. But we're making like great time right now. Like the fact that we just got past 90 and all that was like not a thing. It's amazing. This is Bellevue straight ahead of us, and it's bigger than most cities, and it's not even like the biggest. It's bigger than most cities in the United States. Look at these buildings being blown away. I don't think you're going to get to see them though, because they're all on the left. Just go look it up. It's crazy. You know, and it's only one of the metropolis type cities that are in this area where, you know, it's like the greater Seattle area. But you know, Microsoft and all that is here. But they actually have big buildings in all of these cities as well. And I always can feel the presence of a great darkness, and I can't stand being around this stuff. I can't stand it. Are you like that, or is it just me? And I don't mean in the old way that some southern boys are like, man, I don't like going down that city. All them folks, I don't like it. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a presence that is an ancient, dark entity that I believe resides under the ground and receives worship. And worship is time, adoration, and sacrifice, you know? Yeah, I'm talking about that. Some of what will be unleashed upon the world during and at the time of the judgment. Excuse me. That's what I'm talking about. And you can feel it. And you know, and it is like as above, so below, because guess what? There's tons of folks that love being sick. And, you know, doing whatever, like going to the club and getting drunk and going to concerts and doing this and that, whatever. There's a lot of criminals, and, right? And these folks are given over to these wicked spirits, and the wicked spirits do reside on them, in them, through them, etc. Yeah? And anymore these days, when you're encountering them, you can see it and feel it. You know, it is a discernment. It is a spiritual wisdom. It is that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but principalities, powers, dominions, right? But being able to do more than just say it and more than just believe it because that you believe the scriptures, but to be able to actually testify that you know it because you have seen it and felt it yourself, right? Doesn't that just make perfect sense though? And then what happens is the beast system is like, those who say that they can do these things have a disorder. Yeah, it's I can see demon face disorder. You know, whatever. They try to get out in front of these things, right? The scripture already said that the sun was going to become so hot that people were going to be burnt up by it. So they get out in front of that and they're like, well, that's because of the carbon usage and diesel's unwell, diesel's harming. That's actually the most efficient fuel source, right? Coal, these things that they vilify, everything's opposite bill. So it makes perfect sense that they would say these things. And I say, do not trust them, and then go verify the information for yourself. And a great place to start is be like, okay, well, let's look into the opposite of what they say just to see what we find, right? Just look into the opposite of what they claim. And trust, if you Google it, the top 10 or 20 answers are sponsored answers, are supported narrative. Those are the things that are rewarded, right? Just like people who do labors that fuel the beast system are rewarded by the beast system, and they become very wealthy, and they accumulate a lot of material rewards. They're getting their reward already. As the scripture says, you have gotten your reward already. That's the closest to Salah that they're ever going to get, right? And those of us who are on our way to the everlasting kingdom, this is the closest to Sheol that we're ever going to get, because we suffer, and we're the tail and not the head. People say that they appreciate the attributes that come from the Ruach of Yahuah, but they're not rewarded really. Yeah, they're written about in speeches and resumes and virtue signaling, but they're not actually appreciated. So it's a thing. 4 miles. 4 miles. See, it's starting to get to where like it'll be difficult to get over, and if you get over, you're going to be held over, so to say, right? It's going to delay you a lot, and some of these are going to get forced to exit. So then, like, you need to wait. It just comes with a little bit of trial and error and practice and whatnot. Traffic going the other way. You can't see it actually, never mind, sorry, keep doing that. But it's really backed up. At least this is flow. Some of those really don't look like they are flowing. I am so hungry, and I'm so tired, and I'm so looking forward to a shower. Oh, and I want to get those things and get rested up so that when my Bon and my Shah come home, I'm just gonna biggest hugs, kisses. Baruk Atah. Alright, let's step on up. Excuse me. So there goes some of what I was talking about. They exited. Now I got 2.5 miles. Some folks want to live and choose to live. They're stacked up on top of each other in these tiny little boxes with their little shops underneath. And I showed you, look at, there is don't even know, you guys. Millions of miles of open space out there. It's so much. So much. And all this is around one of the largest medical industrial complexes that I've ever seen. And I worked on an ambulance in Orlando for like 10 years, and I saw them rebuild ORMC. Now let's see if I can even remember. I can't even remember a lot of them. Health Central, Florida East, Florida Hospital, Sand Lake, naming major hospitals in the area. They all got remodeled while I was in that line of work, and the additions were like 2 and 3 times what was already there. Meaning, like 4 years ago, that was enough. Now, all of a sudden, you need, 70 times. Like, ugh. Massive, bro. So much investment and profits and everything. Like, wow. Like, crazy. And even though a lot of people want to believe that they're healthier than ever, the truth is that they're sicker than ever. That's just the truth. They ain't gonna want to believe that. They ain't gonna want to believe that. But that's the truth. You can look at things like obesity, all-time high, sloping straight up, diabetes, childhood diseases and disorders, cancers. Just look. Just do some research, bro. Stop believing what the television tells you, I went ahead and got over here, but watch most of these cars that go by me, right by me, they're going to go all the way up to the front of the line. They're going to cut in, and it's going to pay off for them. But will it, though, really? Will it really pay off for them? You know what I'm saying? I even watched this black Tesla. It jumped out and raced up. And if I could actually keep my eyes on it long enough, I might not be able to, because it's going to get ahead in traffic and I'm going to lose it. But I wouldn't be surprised if it then just gets me. They're like, I'm in line already, but I'm going to cut like 40 spaces in the line. I don't know. You see these things over and over, and you just, you see the pattern. Why do you think that we're completely stopped right now? You know what I mean? Look, signal. See? They're all raced up there, and they're sitting there with their signal on. And what starts happening is it goes like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So the people who waited their turn don't get a thanks for doing the right thing. They get well, hang on, you need to let this person in. You mean the person that cheated and cut and did all that? Yeah, they get equal to you. So there you go. Just saw a guy with a huge empty flatbed trailer. He just went right in. Wow, it's amazing. The other thing that they have here that drives me nuts is, like, I can get on the on-ramp to get up onto 522, this same road, and you go down this ramp like you're supposed to be building up speed so that you can merge. That's the point, right? That's the point of the ramps, right? So to make it a smooth flow, like on and off of roads that already have, you know, increased speeds, whatever. No, you're gonna go and you're gonna stop. You're gonna stop at a stoplight. And it's gonna tell you to go, and you don't even have enough time to try and, like, you know. It's like, oh, that was wise. Yeah, claiming to be wise. It's horrible. It's horrible, dude. It's horrible. Okay, so from here we can really see the folks that jump in and cut in. So I'm just gonna try to, like, if I see one, call it out. But yeah, isn't this pretty? Ain't that? See how beauty it is, right? I don't know. I wonder if one day people will look back and they'll be like, I can't believe that we this is what we built for ourselves. This was the dream that we, you know. So it's supposed to be that this one turns and goes, like, say, south. This one goes north, but now you see you also have these people that are coming on and merging. And they're the perfect example of what I said. They're coming down this ramp. This is supposed to be their on-ramp. And they come down and then they stop at a red light. So not only do I have people cutting in on this side, right? I also have people that are being forced in on this side because they're letting them in a little bit at a time, like some kind of drip regulator. They're dripping into a pipeline that is not flowing. So they go down and then they sit there and oh go, oh, you know, or one like this. It's normal. Crazy, bro. Not in Phoenix, not in Orlando. I don't know nowhere else that I haven't seen. And then my Yashar'Al will be like, oh yeah, no, yeah, and they have that in, like, in California, different places. It's like, oh, well, that explains a lot. There's a dump truck right there that's signaling to get over. Where there's only, like, I don't even know, 20 feet left. See, this poor guy, he wanted to go all the way over, but he's stuck in this really slow, so how's he supposed to jump out? Right? Construction project. Which I guess is meant to solve this problem eventually. I know that their plans are never ending. And always learning, but yet never arriving at the truth. That's what's going on. So, kind of makes you wonder why we didn't choose to continue riding on our horses. I want to have a connection with the horse, and cow, and lamb, and dogs. People want to go on cruise ships and go to Disney and Vegas and all that. I just want to go sleep under the stars and have a fire. Roast meat. Praise Abba. I guess for that I should be filled with thanks. And I am. Look at all this. It's every direction there. It's all under construction. It's like a never-ending project. And trust. You're paying for it, bro. You're paying for all this. So I know that there's going to be another traffic thing up here, but really close to the part that would be my old daily commute home. Part, it's all gonna flow pretty well. There's actually a lot of beauty too, just in the trees, So I try to enjoy some of the view and wrap up on some of what they're saying here. Oh, my apologies. I'm just going to turn that down. This part's about the weather, which, by the way, is something too that's not completely natural in how it is in these last days. Most things have become synthetic, they've become altered, they're manipulated to the point that there's an abomination that makes the temple or the body made in the image desolate. Something's desolate, it becomes lifeless, right? That's why we've had so much programming about zombies and zombie movies and all that, because it's like a lifeless person who's going on, right? And I don't know, eat brains or whatever, right? Hang on, I'm gonna open up my turbo a little bit. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Daddy almost got in a wreck. Woo. Dude. Alright, this guy, he wants to come over here and give me a piece of his mind. So let's let that play out. Abba, forgive me. I thought I could get in front of him. I didn't know he was gonna stomp on it too. Let's see if he wants to brake check me on Palau. He doesn't. I wasn't trying to be a So, yeah, the weather, right? A lot of people would never believe that they have the means to modify or manipulate or enhance or steer, okay? But all that information is documented and it is patented. So it's worth it for you to like look into it and consider it. Like, don't ever just believe me just to believe me, no. Or anybody else, please. Right? Excuse me. But look into those things and please don't deny that they exist without looking. I think people are more willing to accept the possibility of extraterrestrials from other planets that have high technology aircraft than they are to believe that the government would lie to them. It's simple, right? But it's already proven. Like if your neighbor was lying to you about borrowing money and paying you back and different things like that, at some point you would be like, yeah, they're dishonest. You can't really trust them. They've lied to me several times. But for some reason, when it's your government and they've been caught in a lot of different lies, people don't believe that they could possibly be lying again. Why? Like, why is that and how is that? I don't know, but it's true. It's a true thing. Excuse me.
Rejecting amendments to the welfare bill tabled by rebels, and then finally another vote backing it. So just to confirm, has Starmer now achieved his goal of reforming the UK's welfare system?
Well, in a word, Neve, no he hasn't, because in order to pass this legislation, he has had to drop key components.
This is that portion that I was telling you will likely get backed up. And it is, and this happens because of another one of those lights. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but one evidence is that right after it, problem goes away. And every bit of this is directly connected to that one junction. So there you go. I personally have not ever seen it work, so I would be curious to know if you've ever seen it work. And this is actually really well, because usually this is completely stopped, but it's gonna, if it is stopped, it's going to be right by where this light is. But this could also be a time of day that it worked. It's working. I don't know. It's looking like it's going to be a little bit of a thing. I mean, bear in mind, we would normally be going 55 right here, right? So there are no cars waiting at this red light. They come down this on-ramp, and then they get right here, and then they stop. Now they have no ramp-up speed to merge. So, but Baruk Atah, we got right through.
Until a review by the welfare minister is concluded at some point. This is a huge blow to the authority of Keir Starmer, a prime minister who came into power on the back of a massive electoral landslide, who is now unable to pass what his government called flagship legislation without stripping it of all of its contents, of all of its meaning. Before the vote, there were MPs in the chamber asking, what are we even voting for? Because bill had lost pretty much all of its meaning, and it does leave Keir Starmer also with a huge problem in his government, and that is that this legislation was meant to make something like £5 billion of savings. That's about $6.2 billion. And now the Finance Minister, Rachel Reeves, will have to find that money from somewhere else, and she has committed to not borrowing more. She has also committed to not raising taxes more. So this might seem like a victory because this bill has passed, but effectively it is meaningless, and it is a really bad day for Keir Starmer.
So watered down to the extent in which it's almost completely unrecognisable from when Starmer and the government first tabled it. Obviously, as you suggested, Milena, it has huge implications for the authority of the Prime Minister, but the Labour government has always suggested that they've been handed a difficult set of circumstances from the previous governments by the Conservative leadership, which is why they've had to do this. Remind us of the turbulence that's led to this.
Well, that's right, and that has been what they have been saying from the beginning, that they have to find the money from somewhere. And it is true to say that Britain's welfare bill is huge. The UK spends more on welfare than it does on health and on defence. So the way that the UK government was trying to frame this was by saying this is about helping people to get into work. This is about helping those people who have been trapped in what they call a cycle of unemployment to try to have more quality in their lives and get, paid work. But a lot of the Labour MPs weren't really buying that. They saw this as a cost-cutting.
See what kind of view we get out here. I remember door dashing some stuff over here. They were having a large outdoor Iron Man CrossFit challenge thing. And they had a bunch of little RVs out there. Now it looks like they still have all the RVs out there, but the CrossFit Man thing is over. So I don't know if they're going to have another event. And those are the workers or the groundsmen or groundskeepers or what. And then now, usually have a very pretty view of mountains up here. The ones straight ahead of me, and also the ones that you're gonna see like to your right. A lot of times they do have snow on them, but right now they do not. Maybe they have just a tiny, teensy bit. There's one that does, kind of in the background. There's like a really big prison or something in this town, Monroe. You can see it right up on that hill right there. I mean, it brings to my remembrance that I believe that at some point there's going to be a mass exodus from prisons. Maybe this will be blamed on some sort of a cyber hack. Some BAD actor in another country is able to hack into some kind of integrated database that's utilized by prison corporations and override their security protocols and release all the prisoners at once. Just a thought. That'll be right in line with the blackouts, the water being, something happens to the water supply to where multiple sleeper cells activate at the same time to do damage to the water supply, so it's unsafe for you to drink any of the water, and you have no power, and your cell phone doesn't work, and all the prisoners got released, and the 911 system had to shut down because it got inundated with false calls, and so they can't tell what's what. Remember, I told you I was thinking about writing a book. It's funny. Maybe I should just be a comedian instead. It might be easier. Because sometimes you gotta laugh or you cry, right?
The surge to hotter, drier summers. The same conditions fueling fires from France to Spain and Italy.
Done with that, done with that, done with that. Bing, bong, boom. Bing, bong. Looking at the documents that I sent. I mean, I looked at 4 of them. 4 out of probably, I don't know, it'd be like maybe 6. And they're absolutely fine. So, I don't know. Emergency vehicle on the other side of the roadway. Here's one of those smokestacks, family. Remember I was telling you about the smokestacks on all these different trips that I make? I don't think you can see the top of that one, but there it is. Alright, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to listen to this message that just came in from my Yashar'Al. Alright, Hallelujah Yahuah. I am back. I only have a few more moments, so I just wanted to kind of close here, and we'll see if I'm going to be uploading anything on Shabbat or not. And as far as a scriptural study, I'm definitely going to be spending time in the Word with my house, but I'll have to see how much I'm able to recover as far as like going live or something. And I did miss, I think, one, so you know, I apologize. Like, I'm really trying to just do the best I can, and you know, there's a lot of stuff on the channel if you're interested in scriptural studies, in calendars about roles of males and roles of females according to scripture, about who Melchizedek is, which is actually just gibberish. It's Malach Zadok, which means King of Righteousness. I don't know, other topics that I maybe am not recalling right this moment, but there's playlists on different topics, and then there's just a lot of live Shabbats. There's been questions and answers. There's a lot of stuff, family. There's plenty of meat out here. So, you know, thank you for watching, and please consider like, share, and subscribe, and keep an eye out for more of the narrow path, which is, you know, this RV transport adventure, traveling across Abba's creation and delivering RVs. Baruk Yahuah, and please come out of her, my people, and be delivered by the mighty right hand of Yahuah. Baruk Atah Yahuah, Tara Abba. Please gift us your Gil Qadashayam of Yahusha HaMashiach. Hallelujah. There's a great view right here. I see some beasts of the field out there in the pasture, and all these great mountains surrounding us. Shalom Mashpaka.